Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 19 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies, and we are off. Nasbast takes the lead. Mono Bear is in. Oh, Dancing Danny takes over second. GR's in second. Dancing Danny's in third. Nasbase is in first. Dancing Danny's in second. JR is in third. What do we have left? Oh, nothing. We're done. We've won. Nasbase is in first place, 5 kill, 4 assist. Dancing Danny is in second place with 9 killed. JR926 is in third, 3 kill, 5 assist. We have bombers that no one is currently claiming. So, Mono Bear gets bombed. And we move on to a token chest on the way to the skin one. And it's more rogues for me with souls. And yeah, let's go here. And yeah. Half an hour. Oh, wait, no, not quite. It's 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh. Ooh, monks. And that is that. Now, half an hour to see how this turns out. And on the viewer's side, still below 50k. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. Hey, Akla, how are you doing today? Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you have the energy for the rest of it. Yeah, very like nothing to say about mine, really. You know, quiet week as I like them. Yeah, so this morning it is read and corrects. For those who are new to this is when I read chapters from my stories and I correct them as I go. This is something I record, so while it is happening, I will be ignoring the chat, and should a chapter run long, the stream radio battle will be delayed accordingly. Deal with this because I've discovered I'm forgetting it way too much. So, to minimize the chances of that happening, I will start right now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 48 of The Captain's Heart. The announcement came, and the Kelsarian Inn, Jeremy wasn't sure what this place was, but everyone relaxed. That, along with the tone of the announcement, the announcement had held, made him think that that was what it had been. Okay. Yeah, this needs a little more. The announcement. And the announcement indicating the end of the situation came, and the Kelsarian Inn. Jimmy wasn't sure what this place was, but everyone relaxed. That, along with the tone the announcement had held. Yeah, I don't need an announcement twice. It had held made him think that was what it had been. He had to guess, since none of it had been in English, just like Growler's question on the comm Turek had handed Jeremy on arrival. He'd answered as best as he could, and since no follow-up had come, the status update had been what the captain wanted. The room looked like a smaller version of engineering, down to a smaller but differently designed reactor, and control panels. No comma here. And control panels along the walls. It was still larger than his and Amanda's lab combined, with far more open space. Jeremy should be space then. Jeremy felt should be there. But this was his human mindset asserting itself. Understanding that didn't change how he could envision filling it with more systems. An extra generator, more controls, filled the space to increase the efficiency. Not for where the room was located. Jeremy would think this was a secondary engineering. But they were somewhere among the ship's cargo holds. Who set a secondary system so out of the way? The technicians exited with a nod in his direction and words. A few spoke English, saying they were heading to their families. The others had probably said the same. The emergency he'd created was over, and they were going to make sure everyone was well. After hours working, he didn't blame them. This had been longer than the usual shifts, but no one had complained. When Turk joined him, only 2 other techs were there, still looking over the systems. What is this place? He finally asked the question, now that the technician wasn't busy. The backup generator. Don't give me that. Makes no sense to put something like that in the middle of cargo. What kind of efficiency loss is your engineer okay with? How about shielding the other conduits that run alongside the power output? Who in their right mind redesigns a whole section of a ship to do that when the other side is already designed for it? Turek's smile said he was proud of what Jeremy had said, but he had no idea why that would be. Aren't you going to answer my question? Why? You already answered them. Jeremy narrowed his eyes. The point is that no one would do this. If we are attacked and engineering is rendered inoperable, the attackers will not know to come here to look for the power we have. Except you guys didn't bring antimatter when we arrived. Except you guys didn't bring antimatter when we came here. That reactor already had it. That stuff can be detected with just about any scanner. It pretty much screams, "Here I am." This room is appropriately shielded. The technology isn't one I know, but I trust those who created and installed it. And a void in a scan isn't going to raise suspicions at all, is it? The shielding reads as the room being filled with cargo. So I was right. The whole merchant thing is an act. But as was the limping into the station for repair, since you have this. Just why were you there then? Something else occurred to him. Is the reactor even down? Was having me repair it just part of the act? Is that why you were always around me, to make sure I didn't pick up on the fact it works? No, the reactor is damaged. It wasn't part of the plan, but meddling happened. Alex was hurt in the process. No. Engineer. Turk is not on that level of name basis with the engineer. The engineer was hurt in the process. Then you came and met. The name was Kelsarian and long. The Sounds were familiar, and the context said it was Growler's name, and Turek looked quite pleased it had happened. Right. You want me to believe it was all a coincidence? The confused look Turek gave him was similar to Growler's when he tried to work out what it meant. It basically means meddling, but without assigning the event to some supernatural force. It is different, but I expect it is due to our different cultures. As for why we were at the station, your heart will answer that question. He looked over his shoulder and spoke to the technicians, then answered. He motions for Jeremy to head for the exit. Oh, we need to stay and supervise them? They are qualified technicians. They will remain until replacements arrive shortly. Monitoring is needed while it is active, but no more unless we need to stress the reactor. All right. Jeremy walked with Thurk. You won't tell me why you were at the station. Can you tell me something about what you do? We go to station. We trade. The Calcarian grin when Jeremy turned to glare on him. We listen, sniff the air, feel the ground. Kelser as enemy, and we, as well as other hunters, stand ready if they act. But humans and Kelser are allies, aren't we? There's no reason for you to do whatever you did here. I can't tell you why we went. Right, my heart will tell me. Sometimes this rank thing you guys have gets annoying. I can't tell you, Jeremy, because I don't know. I am a frontline hunter. I go where I am told. I knew there was something happening because we needed to make the reactor appear defective before they meddled and it was damaged. The engineer would be told because he would demand to know why we should tamper with his reactor, and the Alpha would tell him. The engineer had no need to explain it to me. And you're okay with that? Just doing what you're told? What if, I don't know, what if they send you somewhere and tell you to kill everyone there? I trust that my beta would tell me what I needed to know to do the work. If why I need to do so is important, he will tell me. I will be told. I don't think I could do that. Just follow orders. You are an engineer, not a hunter. You are the one telling others what to do. You deserve explanation. Plural. Yeah. They exited the lift to the promenade. So, you are military security for your people? Hunters answer to the government after they answer to the gods. Jimmy tried to puzzle out if that was just a saying or if they really believed the gods gave orders. He gave up. He expected that he'd need to start with a belief gods were real before he could hope to figure out that one. How deserted the vast space was drove home how busy the shops had been the previous times he'd come through. So, you might not be exactly military, but the ship still sees combat, right? Why this entire section then? Because we all need to leave? We all need to live? Thorok eyed him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Don't the people in your military have their families with them? If you mean on the ship they serve on, I don't think so. Thought back to the conversation of his youth. Joining the military had been on the mind of many of his friends and schoolmates. They deploy on a ship for a few years, then get assigned to a post on Earth for some time so they can be with their families. That seems lonely. My mate is here, as is... I don't know any current word for Earther in Earther. He shrugged. Yep. Most of those I care about are here. My parents and siblings are home and elsewhere in space, but those immediately close to me are here. It is the same for all hunters here. And we have the crew, as well as the crew. And this is where we shed our rank and designations. Here we can be civilians like everyone else. But isn't it dangerous? Won't the people attacking you know how to target this part of the ship? Hurting families is going to demoralize any soldier hunter. You don't realize where in the ship we are you? Do you? Jeremy laughed. I know this is the market area, but since you mean where this is in relation to everything else in the ship, no, I don't. This is as deep within the ship as it is possible to get. To target the civilians, another ship needs to get through the hull as well as every other deck. We and when we get into conflict, the civilians are instructed to head into more secure area, plural. Ah, no, you don't. It is why the promenade is so barren. With the emergency over, they are home. Once they have confirmed everyone is safe, they will return to their duties. He motioned to a pair of Calcirians who were writing a display that had been knocked over. So you make sure they are safe? That you make sure they're safe. Turek said something that had the feel of a chant, then smiled. Hunters were put among the people by the gods to see to their safety. Right, he chuckled. I think that how central gods are to your way of thinking might take a lot of getting used to. He looked around. How long until we reach Crawler's Quarter? I have no idea how to get there. Jeremy startled. The captain? My heart? I can't pronounce his Kelsier name, so Queric said I should use that one. He doesn't seem to mind. That is not where I am taking you. You will be on the bridge until everything is settled, which will be for many hours still. There is a leisure alley with a wide array of entertainment. I think I'd rather get to engineering. If we're in space, it's important we get it working. I doubt you get as much out of the backup. It looks to be just over half the volume of the other one. So I think we Turk grabbed his arm as Jeremy turned around. He wasn't sure where engineering was, but he had a sense it was in the opposite direction. No, an emergency has ended. Now is Now is the time to appreciate that we have survived. There will be work to do tomorrow. Now we rest. No, Jeremy, I will not let your earther mindset lead you to overworking yourself the way I let it happen before. You are my friend, my Alpha's heart. I will ensure you remain healthy. That means now is time to rest. He chuckled. Is any of that recreation in English? Because unlike you, I'm not a whiz at picking up language. That you hadn't thought of that, had you? No. But it is something that can be dealt with. Jeremy looked around the large room, the empty large room. Desks and chairs were peppered through it in what felt haphazard ways. Desks and chairs were peppered through it in what felt haphazardly. Haphazardly. Hello? He called out. Turk had escorted him, receiving a call as they reached the door. He assured him that this was the place to be for what? Holy cow, that's overcomplicated. The place he would be helped before saying his mate wanted to see him. Yeah, basically this is what happens in first draft. I write it as I think it, and it sometimes needs fixing. Maybe he'd forgotten that by his own words, people might not be working right now. The door at the back of the room opened, and a Calcirian stepped out. They were short, with light gray fur and vibrant blue eyes. The word Jimmy wanted to assign was petite, but he couldn't tell if they were man or woman. Greetings, they said. May I be of assistance? Does everyone here speak English? No. Seems like a lot of people do. There was a hope to visit the Earther station. Can I assist you in some way? I don't know. My name is Jeremy. My friend Turek wanted to take me to to some leisure place, but I pointed out I don't read or understand Calcirian, so he took me here instead. Do you have a desire to learn it? Jimmy chuckled. At this point, it's more like a need than a desire, but I figure it's something I can tackle over the coming months. Why wait? I can help. They motioned to the open door. It is best if you come in my office. The counselors will return soon. This was minor, but there is always someone who needs to talk through what happened. And that's what you do here, counsel people. The office had plants, many of them. I feel like they might be from Earth. Fern looked nearly identical to some he'd seen in the forest, except for the color being too yellow. But he could imagine that being normal in another country. It is one of the duties I perform. I am the ship's psychologist. He didn't miss the capital P. And you're going to what? I'm sorry, but I expect teaching language to be more something a linguist would do. She motioned to a seat before her office, and he took it. She took the one facing. She took the facing one, the one facing it. The facing one. Ah. She took the one facing it. I don't quite like it, but may I take your hand? I am aware you have adverse reaction to being touched by my people. He swallowed the discomfort. It wasn't strong enough or oozing enough to warrant the box. He offered her his hand. Offered it to her. Do Earthers have people whose talent involve the shaping of minds? Do you mean teachers? She shook her head. Something Corket said came back to him. You mean mentalist? No, we don't have them. Then let me explain. We can shape a mind with the consent of the recipient, she added as Jeremy considered pulling his hand away. In small ways. As a psychologist, I mainly focus on helping people through difficulties. But because I am a mentalist, I have learned how to implant the knowledge of language, of languages I have learned into others. Implant? Like, I'll just know Kilsarian language when I live here? She smiled. It will take 6 sessions, spaced a few days to let your mind rest. 6, that's it? And I'll be able to read and speak it? Earther voice box aren't built for a language, but you will be able to understand it when spoken to you, and read it by the time we are done. The knowledge will be incomplete after the initial session, but after the 3rd, you will be able to understand most conversations. After the 6th, even technical conversations will be possible. If you have the needed knowledge. I only impart the words and their meaning, not no, not yeah, I think this not the knowledge to impart. Okay. Are there any risk? Can I have adverse effect? I mean, I'm guessing you haven't tried it on a human mind before. You are correct. But the shape of your mind is close enough to ours, I don't see a problem. He looked at his hand in hers. You can already read my mind, can't you? If it was the goal of this session, and if I had received and agreed with orders given by a representative of Kelser or Federation law, then yes, I would. But my responsibility is to the well-being of those living on this ship. That rarely requires more than what they let leak themselves. Did he have any secrets anyway? It wasn't like he had been like what had been hidden from him would bother her. He'd closed his eyes as the vision of him and Growler in bed doing more than snuggling came to him. Then he had the common sense. Then he had to summon the box to stomach as his stomach protested. Her expression was neutral when he opened them. He probably wasn't the first person to let leak something private like that. All right, what do you need me to do? She smiled. Simply relax. If you feel oddities with how you think, don't fight them. If you can, think in images until I'm done. It avoids the mind feeling conflict as the implanting happens. Afterward, you should remain here until your mind has settled. There is a period of confusion within it while the languages settle together. Normally, I wouldn't ask that you stay. that you stay, but you lack familiarity with the ship, and combined with an inability to understand, it could lead to difficulties. Do you have the authority to contact the captain to let him know I'm here in case he's done with his work before I'm able to understand? I can, and I will. May I proceed? He nodded. He brought up the latest schematic and tried to work on it, as it was the least word-related thing he can think of. But then she started working, and as much as she'd advised him not to pay attention, he couldn't help focus on how it felt to have someone adding information to his mind. And that concludes chapter 48 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I need to make adjustment to how I file these. Well, not file, but change the folder setup within Scrivener to make things a little less complex for me. Okay, we are done. Let's bring Zach back if you're here. Step 2. All right, to maintain the order. That is December 21st. So, 24th. Did I fill? I did not fill this up. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I've got it bad. Really need to work harder at that. Because I didn't even fill out yesterday's. Come on. Ugh. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 31 allies. We're going up against 32 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. Saffron is in second. Mono Bear jumps around. Saffron takes over first. Sigma's in second. Mono Bear's in third. I died! Arcten is in third. Mono Bear jumps to first. Saffron is in second. Nas is in second. Mono Bear is in first. Saffron is in third. We have a few enemies left. Ooh, I like this guy. And that's a warrior. Oh my. I like this one. Monover is in first place. Nazbase is in second. Saffron Moonpower is in third. And I believe that we're done. We have won. Monobear is in first place, 9 kill, 7 assist. Nazbaz is in second place, 7 kill, 3 assist. Saffron Moonpower is in third, 1 kill, 7 assist. We've got gold and no one currently claiming them. So, Arken, Telemetros, and Wybron get gold. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And more rogues. Alrighty, and we're gonna go here to prevent the creation of epics. I apologize to those who need to kill epics, but I really don't like them. Unless I'm the one who needs to kill them, and even then, these things are a little too generous. Alrighty, let's clear the quest. A few more rogues to put down. And I'll be done with this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. That was 48, so 49. Alrighty, so I will start another chapter. Yeah, I'm gonna start another chapter. I'll deal with this afterwards. Let me just confirm that it's that. Yeah, it is. Okay. Alrighty, confirming the microphone. You know what? When I can feel my lips going dry, I know it's time to hydrate. Alright, microphone is turned on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the right screen. I have the right image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 49 of The Captain's Heart. Alpha, medical wishes to speak to you, the hunter at comms said. Transfer it. The doctor's face appeared on the screen. Doctor, he greeted her. Captain, I thought you'd like to know Engineer Alexiana Karan Debaran is awake. He smiled. How is he? Not well enough for you to ask him about his knowledge of the gods' involvement, if that's what you're hoping for. The dismissive tone was clear, but he is well enough for visitors. Thank you. Of course. The screen went blank. He relaxed. Position. 12.3 light years past the start of the unclaimed territory, Tom answered. Scan report. Nothing out of us other than dust and the occasional rock. That confirmed what Alex Waking said. Bridge, stand down to regular flight duties. The hunt is over, other than bringing the carcass home. I'll let your beta knows you have performed well. He undid the armor's jacket and ruffled his chest fur. He wrinkled his nose. As always, he'd need a shower as soon as he was out of it. Fortunately, Jeremy was on the ship and he could. His tablet buzzed and he checked it. The psychologist. Informing him Jeremy had his first language imprinting session and that she was keeping him in her office until the aphasia passed. From his memory, it would be a few hours, so much for enjoying a shower with him. He wasn't waiting to get out of these. He was heading to the lockers, then to see Alex and fill out reports. The sandy-furred male reclined in the bed and watched him approach, his expression searching. Gargaran placed a hand on the arm and squeezed. Alex, it's good to see you out of that tube, my friend. Alex searched his face. He opened his muzzle and made a sound that Gargaran couldn't associate, and made sounds that Gargaran couldn't associate to any words. The engineer is still suffering from damage to his brain, the medic said, arriving on the other side of the bed. Alex looked at him, confused. Once the psychologist examined him and given her report, we'll start on repairing it. How long until he can leave medical? The doctor would be the one able to hazard a guess, but the damage is extensive. Gargaran squeezed the arm again, pulling Alex's attention back to him. He smiled. You'll be screaming at me in no time. He leaned in and rubbed muscles. Alex startled at the initial contact, then leaned into it. I'll visit again when you're better. I'll tell you what the gods have been up to in your absence. His friends grabbed his arm as he turned to leave. The sound had urgency to them, but carried no details. It's still there, he reassured him. There was only one thing Alex could get this worked up over. As he'd expected, that calmed him. The tone he could understand, even if he lacked the ability to speak right now. The tone, or could he understand even if he lacked the ability to speak right now? A male and female ran by him as he exited. Ali! They just told us you were awake. How are you? We missed you so much. From the exit, he couldn't make out Alex's expression, but the pain on both told him they'd received the same lack of recognition he had. Hopefully, they wouldn't take it personally. The medic's explanation didn't seem to help. He left them to return to his work. Now that he'd turned the scan result, along with the information that had been gathered in other ways, into a proper report for the Security Council. Okay. Forward. Trade 1. Forward to the trade 1 and sent it. He looked at the information and marveled. 12 reactors. 6 inactive, they'd learned, now that they had time to study the scan's detail. Enough antimatter stockpile to power them for centuries. What did they need so much of it for? Let alone where they'd gotten it all. A check of the trade quotas with non-Federation species told them that if they'd gotten it through trade, someone was looking at severe sanction. Not his hunt, but he was still curious. The Tahornian were the one that jumped to his mind, and the fact they shared the border with the Earthers made it harder to dismiss them. And harder to dismiss just because he dealt with so many Tahornian pirates in his years on the line. The Radoshi had to be considered. Their mind worked so differently than anyone else that understanding why they did something could be a task worthy of just Billiam. The Kersoteran, okay, yeah, this is where, because this is a change I did in the middle of the book. I haven't gone back and fixed it yet. As of the reading of this. Yeah, I need to do that. And once I've done that, I will be removing this line because it'll be explained. And Radosef were out as possibilities. Laws were too important to the Kersoteran, and the Ryosef didn't get the nuances needed to justify skirting laws. When they broke them, they basically told everyone. It still left many other possibilities, and for that, he was happy he wouldn't be assigned that hunt. The chime let him know someone wanted to enter, and a glance at his desk had him frown at who stood outside his door. He let the hunter in. Turek Selminial wore a casual vest and pants, but remained at attention when he stood on the other side of the desk. "What can I do for you, Hunter?" "I'm here, Alpha, for the chastising I deserve. My beta is on his way." "What have you done that needs me to chastise you instead of your beta?" "I address you directly during a conflict. I risk dividing your attention." He opened his muzzle to contradict the male, then remembered the whispered talk to him. The advice had been good, but the hunter was right. He had spoken well out of place, except, "I was your active beta since yours was sleeping." "No, Alpha. You placed me under beta Ruk Deran Derim for the chase. I should have passed the information to her so she could tell you." "Why didn't you?" The male opened his muzzle, then closed it, as if he hadn't considered that before. Gregorian had expected there was no time. That could get a hunter out of trouble for breaking rank, and he would have accepted it. "I didn't consider it, Alpha. I simply spoke." He liked that the male didn't make excuses, but it placed him in a difficult situation he didn't like. Punishing people for doing something that helped, even when it was against procedure, never sat well with him. Before he formulated something adequate. I don't need the would be. Something adequate. The chime sounded again. The hunter's beta had arrived. "Alpha," the beta greeted as he took position next to Turek Selminial. The glance and shake. Of the ears told him the male didn't know why his hunter was there. "You didn't tell your beta." "I didn't act while under him, Alpha. This isn't something he needs to bear responsibility for." "It won't happen again," the beta stated, and Gagran smiled. He appreciated a male willing to make blind assurance in regards to his hunter. It meant he knew him well. I don't doubt you. He looked at the hunter, Hunter Turok Selminial. For breaking rank during active conflict, you are relieved of your duties for the next two shifts. Go home and be a civilian. The hunter looked at him, confused, and at his alpha, at his beta. Is that really appropriate punishment, Alpha? Are you questioning my judgment? No, Alpha. He looked at the hunter. The ear twitched, and Gagran made out the sort of a question in code, but the beta remembered ear code was taught to all hunters and stopped. What did he do? Your hunter provided important information, bypassing the beta I assigned him for the chase. Then his information led to my heart being rescued without us needing to engage in active battle. If he'd brought up the time-sensitive nature of his defense as his defense, I would have accepted it, but he didn't. So I'm forced to punish him, but I don't have to be harsh. You are dismissed. Alpha, the beta said, and the hunter paused in turn. Said, not moving. Alpha, the beta said, not moving, and the hunter paused in turning. You aren't needed, hunter. Once the hunter left, the beta relaxed. I have made arrangement for a beta to take charge of my hunters when I sleep. Who? Beta de Cynical Dosirar. He'd have to look her file over to be certain, but the memory he had of his interaction with her was of a no-nonsense female with a hard punch. What parameter has she agreed to? If my pack has to go active while I'm sleeping, they become hers, only if we're not already active. Again, he'd have to check, but he thought she worked cover ops with Zophiel. So the odds, Zophiel. Is that someone? I don't, well, yeah, I'm probably going to have to, yeah, I'm going to have to extend her name, because even in my file, it's still short, because Gargaran would not be on short name basis with her. So I'll have to fix that. So the odds were, both the units being active at the same time were low. All right, I will update the files. He considered something. I want you to train Hunter Turok Selminial to become a beta. Yes, Alpha. You can go. Training didn't mean he'd become qualified, but he had hopes for someone named for the Father God. Gargaran attracted looks as he ran. Jeremy was free to go, the message had said. He wasn't letting him wander the ship or have to ask where his quarters were. He would be at the side of his heart, and he sank. Okay. He almost collided with the Arthur as the council. Even his claws in the floor. Even sticking his claws in the flooring. Hi? Jeremy sounded amused. I greet you in Calcerian, but learning the language didn't make my throat able to pronounce it. Gargran smiled. I missed you. He placed a hand on Jeremy's cheek, who flinched, but caught the hand before he pulled it away. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. You caught me by surprise, that's all. Public displays like this are going to take some getting used to. Don't Earthers show they care for their heart when among others? We do, but all of this is new to me. Then how about we head to our quarters so I can show you how much I missed you? Jeremy swallowed but smiled. Yes. And this ends chapter 49 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. I keep forgetting. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. First things first, I need to deal with 48. Which doesn't have any of this. I mean, it does simplify what I need to do. Although it annoys me that it annoys me that that has become a pattern. No, not what I want. All right, that has been dealt with. Now to do 40. Actually, you know what? Oh, I want to get out of that. There we go. So now, the reason I wanted to do that, you guys don't see it, but I've created a folder. Means that I can go here. Okay, right. I need to create a second folder. It's gonna mean I won't have to constantly scroll to reach the current chapters. Nice thing about it is that visually for me it doesn't actually change anything. So now if I go here, I can put that like that and I'll have my current chapters right on top. And as I'll move them, I won't even have to untick the one that I'm compiling. Oh, sorry, the one I've previously compiled, so almost as long as I don't forget. All right. So December 24th, 26. Oh, right. Wait. Oh, because I have not done that. And that's not where it goes. That is not where it goes, right. That gets cleared. And yes, this is how my mind sometimes work. You would think that I would be well used to the pattern, but it takes very little for patterns to get short-circuited in my mind. There we are. This is the one I want. 24, that makes 26th. All right. done. I'm gonna want this. Because tell me this one has it. Yes, it does. Okay, good. And yeah, it's right here, so I've dealt with it. All right, that's posted. Whoa. All right. So that is done. I can move this up here. Onto there. Da, 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 da. Wonder what's going on. Well, actually, no. I know what's going on. Game of Tome is over, so I don't. There's no reason for people to drop by. What? Oh, I forgot to update that. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 30 allies. We are going up against 47 enemies. And let's see. JR starts us in the lead. Mono Bear's in second, Naz Base is in third. Mono Bear jumps to first, Sigma's in second, Naz is in third, is in second, JR is in third, Dancing Danny is in third. Mono Bear's in first, Naz Base is in second, Dancing Danny's in third. Am I dead? Yep, I've died. What I get for running away ahead of everybody. Mono Bear's in first, Nazbase is in second, Dancing Danny's in third as we go for the last batch of enemy. And bishops are left, which means we're done. We've won since they can't even defend themselves. Mono Bear is in first place, 19 kill, 3 assist. Nazbase is in second place, 8 kill, 3 assists, and Neon Hollow is in third with 9 kills. We have Gold and Musketeers, which no one is currently claiming. So, Mr. Shadowseer gets muskets. Onea gets gold. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And another rogue for me with soul. And oh, we're gonna get some epics because there's no, unless we divert them. Anyway, we'll see what happens in half an hour. Alrighty, and I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 50 of The Captain's Heart. The door to Growler's quarters came into view, and Jeremy had to fight the urge to bolt. He wanted this. He wanted to be with Growler and everything it meant, even, especially, the physical aspect of a relationship. The nervousness, the fear, that was because of what had been done to him. It had to be. Jeremy wanted this. The door opened as they stepped before it, and Growler smiled at him. This was it. Going forward, Jeremy lived here, with an alien, with his heart. The idea hurt so much, he wanted this. The idea hurt how much he wanted this, but he still had to force himself to step over the threshold. It's this way, his heart whispered, a hand against his back. Jeremy jerked to the side. What's your name? What was he doing? I mean, your real Kelsarian name? Delaying the inevitable? Procrastinating? Now that I understand your language, I should know it. It's Geralgaran Sel El Havnir. The rumbling made his bone vibrate the way it had the first time, but with the sounds came meaning. It means justice and hunting. Growler smiled. I am named for the gods of justice and of the hunt. End of the hunt. For the gods, plural, of justice and of the hunt. Is that why you became a hunter, is what Tur called it? My parents, plural, he has more than one. named me such to honor them. But I think I would have chosen this even if I had been named for one of the other gods or for none of them. Jeremy, is something wrong? I'm scared. He forced a chuckle. That's crazy, right? You were manipulated into believing who you are is wrong. He hesitated and almost to his arm. Can I? Of course. He hated that Gralgaran had to ask, that he was justified in asking, as demonstrated by his reaction to a touch at his back. Part of you believes what they told you is true. It's normal. You have believed it for so long. Knowing it isn't true doesn't make those years knowing it disappear. We don't have to do this now. We can't. No, I want to. He forced his breathing to slow. I am your heart. You are mine. Growl. The rest devolved into a painful contortion of his vocal cords. Are you okay if I just call you Growl? I don't think I can manage more than that. I would be honored. The smile and tone caught Jeremy by surprise. I'm missing something. That looks not because I'm trying to use your real name. The smile became something like a regular one. For us, names are like rank, in a way. Strangers will only use the rank or title. How do I address you is how someone I don't know will ask me to introduce myself. Those who know me will still use rank in official situation, but at other times, they will address me as Gralgaran Selhel Ravnir. Those I work closer with may address me as Gralgaran, because we have that familiarity through work. But only friends will address me as Growl, people who are special to me. So the shorter the name I'm allowed to use, the closer to them the person considers me. What did it mean of Turok's insistence Jeremy only use that shortened name? That shortened name. Among my people, those who have interacted with you would know about the difficulty you'd have with our names. So they will have purposely given you part of what they expect you to be able to pronounce. Turok said he's my friend. He was willing to break rank to rescue you. I expect that even if you could pronounce our name fully, he'd insist you call him Turok or something shorter. Are you okay with that? I mean, doesn't a shorter version mean I'm more than a friend? Would you want us to... He swallowed as the implication surfaced and shoved the oozing fear into the box. You know you don't have to worry, right? No matter what he might think, I'm your heart, not... It's fine, Jeremy. You can breathe. If the technician offers you a shorter name by which to call him, he will respect that you prefer not moving forward. It is a demonstration of our affection for the other person, not an impetus. Then told that fear to go fuck itself. He grabbed the hand before it moved too far and put it back on his ass before returning it to Gralgaran's neck. The hand pushed him close, the groin touched groin. Gralgaran was hard, as was Jeremy, and he said no to the fear that tried to reassert itself. This was right, so very right. Gralgaran was his heart, his love. He was going to do everything that meant. Anything and anyone who tried to get in the way would be in for a nasty surprise. They broke the kiss. You didn't run, Gralgaran whispered. Will you be less impressed if I tell you I had to fight the urge? Never feel less because you needed to win a battle. It's the victory that matters, Jer. Jeremy swallowed. The way Gralgaran said it came with so much emotion. It made the word sound special. What if I'd lost it, Gral? He couldn't put that same specialness in it, but Gralgaran still smiled. Battles will be lost, but the war is only lost if you abandon the fight. I don't think you will ever abandon a fight, my little warrior. He kissed him again, and this time Jeremy was the one to put the hand on the other man's ass and bring their bodies closer. Their tongue played together, Gralgaran wrapping around Jeremy's and pulling it into his muzzle, holding it there as they ground against each other. Jeremy broke the kiss, panting. Can we move this along? I'm scared that if we wait, I'm not going to have the willpower to keep from the tongue licking across his lip shocked him silent. If that's a fear, I don't think you are ready for sex. The finger on his lip stopped this protest. Doesn't mean there's nothing we can do, but I want you to I want you without fear of it when we have sex for the first time. When we consummate our relationship. Gregorin looked at him, surprised. That is an odd expression. He grinned. Although, I will be happy to eat you out when you are ready. What? Jeremy couldn't figure out what that meant. What he meant by that. He'll see in time. Okay, so no sex right now. Then what? A shower? I'm pretty clean already. I mean, it's not like I've... What? Earthers don't enjoy showers with those close to them. Jeremy closed his mouth and rested his head against Gagaran's chest. You know, I am so not a good representation of what we humans are. I've never had anyone I was close enough to consider doing something like that with because of what was done to you. Maybe I've burned myself in my work to avoid feeling anything for the guys around me. I certainly never felt anything for the women. Look, how about I follow your lead and trust you to be careful with me? Gagarin took his hand. Then follow me to the shower. The room was spacious. The momentary surprise gave way to remembering that every room was spacious. It was how Kelsians were. Even the shower could easily fit 7 or 8 people. Gagarin took off his vest, hanging it on a hook next to the shower, and Jeremy stared as he took off his pants without even turning his back to him. Then he kept on staring at the erection. It was conical, without a head like head. What? Discomfort took seconds to hit. Then his attention was on shoving the sense this was wrong into the box. Jeremy, you aren't like I thought you'd be. Gagarin looked down at himself. How so? Jeremy laughed nervously. I don't know. The drawings I did in my teens of Kelsarians had human penises on them, but I know you wouldn't be like us. But I thought you'd be more different. Can I see how you are? The question was soft, tentative, and Jeremy realized that he was still fully dressed. He hurriedly took off his jacket, but Gagarin took his hand as he started unbuttoning the shirt. You don't need to rush. This isn't urgent. He wanted to. He had this naked man so close to him, he felt the heat and anything between them. And he needed anything between them removed. I don't know how it is with Earther, he said, and Jeremy chuckled. I don't either. Gagarin considered him. Then let's be something of ours. This isn't special. It isn't something that should be rushed. Removing clothing is simply stepping into another attire. Being naked isn't exactly another set of clothing. Why not? It is as natural as wearing a vest. I want everything between us to feel like it belongs, not like something that needs to be reached. But you want to see me naked? Very much so. But do you want to be naked before me? I do. He let go of the hand. Then you will be. There is no need to rush, Jer. He steadied them. No need. Let go of the hands. Steadied them while taking breath. You know what? I'm going to put the name just to clarify who we're dealing with here. He steadied them while taking breaths, then undressed the way Gagarin had, as if he'd simply gotten to his quarters after a day's work and was about to grab a shower. He still hesitated before undoing his pants. The knowledge another man was there, watching, waiting to see what would be exposed, was very real. He tried to be as casual as he could, pulled his pants down and got out of them. but still felt like he was putting on a show. He straightened to put them on one of the hooks, so aware of his direction and afraid the entire ship knew about it. You're right. We are more alike than I expected too. You never looked up what we looked like? Gargan shook his head. I'm not a biologist, and any or someone who studies other species. Unlike you, the idea I might be interested in one of them sexually never occurred to me until you. The idea I might be interested in one of them never occurred to me. Looking back on the memories they locked away, I had a thing for Kelsarians from about the moment I first saw images of you. Now you have a ship full of them. Jerry chuckled nervously. You're enough. Yargran backed into the shower and motioned for him. With a breath, he joined them. The water was comfortably warm when it fell. Unlike his shower, the spray was wide enough it fell on both of them, and so fine that any more and it would be missed. His hands shook when he placed them on the furry chest. I don't know how to go about doing this. There is no one way to shower, Jer. Unless you plan on hurting me, simply do it. How could he make something so monumental sound so ordinary? He moved them lower and lower still, then looked down. When he thought he should have reached it, the penis was lower, erect, waiting. He closed the hand around it and immediately shoved the oozing wrongness into the box. It was harder than he expected, had less give than when he squeezed his own. Galgeran purred. He knelt. He wanted so many things, but he wanted to understand. He couldn't understand the biology, but the mechanics that the shape implied that he was procrastinating. The skin had a light ridging to it, the fur, starting a few centimeters from the base, down that lengthened until it was the length of the rest along his inner thigh. The balls were, taking them in his hand, took some effort. He could sense he was pushing himself further than he should, than what they did to him said was right. He chuckled at that. If he wasn't busy understanding to keep the urge to run at bay. The balls fit comfortably in his hand, almost like that was where they had been made, what they had been made for. He massaged him, and Galgeran grunted. Careful. Kelsarian balls might be more sensitive than Earthers. Jeremy pushed the question. The comment brought aside that this wasn't an inquiry. He stood. I guess it's your turn to see how I'm built. There was amusement in Galgeran's eyes. Do you feel ready for me to touch you there? No, but I don't want that to stop you. Just, I will be gentle. He crouched, and Jeremy watched his nose. Bergren's nose touched the shaft as he sniffed, and it twitched. Jeremy's breath caught in surprise that he felt such a faint touch, and nodded. He nodded when Gregran looked up at him. Nah, I don't need to at him. Looked up. The moan escaped him. When the hand took his ball, they moved into palm. I think you're right, he said. This feels good, but you can apply more pressure. He moaned again at the pressure. He hiccuped at the slight pull. What are you? The question flooded his mind as the tongue moved from the base of his cock to the tip, stars erupting as it passed over the crown. Then the head was wrapped in heat and moved in, something scraping. Jeremy backpedaled as vision of teeth around his cock surged through his mind. them closing, biting it off. He slipped, and pain from his ass hitting the cold floor chased them away. Gagarin looked at him, worried. I think, Jeremy swallowed, I think that might be as much as I can take right now. And that concludes the chapter 50 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. The book title again. The lady writes, if you're still there, which book? Oh. I think it's Bottom Rung, if I remember correctly. I have DM'd it to you. Six. I keep doing that? Da, 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 da. Oh, I know what I forgot to do, and I'm concerned I may have been forgetting for a while. Da, 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 da. Holy cow. Haha. Yeah, last time I updated, this is chapter 44. I'm on chapter 50. Um, Holy cow. So, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. Fortunately, this is relatively simple to do. It's basically copy paste. I do like that about the way Ream Story does it. It is definitely built to make a writer's life easier. And as always, it's also why I want a buffer. I know I'll do mistakes like that, and that meant that by the time I realized it, no chapter is actually posting late. All right, so that has been dealt with. Now, after this, things are changing slightly. Because Stepping Wild is now has now reached the point where it needs to be read and corrected, which means I have two main My two main project need it, and they have to take priority, which means that I have to do the world, which is offline, off stream. Don't have the time. Alrighty, have a advertising the battle. I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies. Sharky is in first place. Naz takes over that. Sharky's in second. Meow Meow is in third. Oh, yeah, I was right. A couple of epics made it. But that's okay. You can deal with a couple. Monterey did it. Killed the two of the epics, and Meow Meow kills the other one. Naz is in first place. Meow Meow is in second. JR is in third, and with that, we are done. We have won. Naz Base is in first place, 22 kill, 8 assist. Meow Meow is in second place, 3 kills, 26 assist. Oh yeah, Naz Base earned themselves top position in both categories. JR926 is in third with 6 kills. We've got gold, we have Centurion, we've got nobody claiming either one of those. So, did it. 88 gets gold. Sharky 5V gets shielded. And we move on to an insane battle before the skin chest. And, yep. Okay, this is going to be my last rogue on the board. Okay, so let's see if we can protect both of them. We'll clear the quest. And half an hour to see how this turns out. And I'll be right back. Something real quick. This needs to be renamed. Alrighty. Right. Oh. Just realized, do I have one without a title on it? I think I made a generic one. I mean, no, it's not. Worst comes to worst, it's probably simple enough to make it. I am working on making a proper actually let's go. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna use that. There we go. At least this is gonna be in line with the official title, the official covers until I have the proper one made. All right. I am confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are starting a new book. Chapter 1 of Stepping Wild, which is book 4 in the Dungeon Runner series. Tibbs laughed as he ran along the roof. The wind caught in his black cloak, making it dance behind him, exposing the black clothing he'd worn for this day's excursion to the people chasing him. But no matter how hard it blew, the hood remained in place, the thick leather edging giving it weight and stiffness. "In the name of the king," a panting woman yelled behind him, "I order you to stop." She was the only one of the guards who'd managed to keep up with him. He laughed harder, pushing it to the edge of the range. "The night runner stops for neither king nor nobles." He jumped over the alley with ease and kept running. He'd picked this route for him to be chased this time because it meant jumping over alleys and narrow roads. Today his goal was not to lose his pursuers, but to ensure they kept up until the very end. One of the two adventurers that ran along with her formed an etching. They had lightning, where the other one had earth, both with dense sands that marked them as being barely past their epsilon examination. They'd joined in almost as soon as the guards at first spotted him. He didn't know if the city or someone else had hired them, but they'd been here for a week now, asking about the robberies, and had joined in, keeping him from entering the noble's house. Okay, they joined, and you know what? Since I don't think I need this, because this explains it, and he talks. This says that they joined in the chase. They joined in, keeping him from entering the noble's house. Yeah, that works. The reason didn't matter. Their presence would make his performance more believable. He channeled metal as he laughed and made an etching of his own. Another reason for this route was where it ended. The city had been built at the base of a mountain a river cut into two, opening it to the sea on the other side. As it grew the from the increasing trade, it built up the mountain, having to come to a natural end at the cliff sides. But with building butting I don't need the but. With buildings butting right to it, giving anyone running in that direction nowhere to go, other than down. And the water was far enough, with plenty of rocks jutting out, that no one could expect to survive such a fall. He wrapped his etching of metal around the closest metal rod that jutted out of a roof. They were everywhere, to deal with the frequent lightning storms the city experienced. It made the rods more attractive to the adventurers' lightning. They threw the etching at him, and the Night Runner laughed. He was certain he'd accounted for lightning's natural like to metal in the etching. He thought he could even sense more within. Oh, he was certain they'd accounted for the lightning's natural like to metal in the etching. He thought he could even sense more within it. The arcanus could be used to change what an element responded to. But that only worked when the metal calling to it didn't also have an etching of its own, stretching it and bridging the distance so that instead of the rod being 2 rooftops away, the adventurer's etching thought it was only a few paces distant. That was an invitation it couldn't refuse, and the lightning bolt suddenly arched away from Tibbs and struck the rod. Adventurer? Adventurers! He yelled and then laughed. Has the Night Runner been so successful the king doesn't trust her guards to catch me? Consider myself properly honored. What you will be, the other adventurer yelled back, is without a hand. Without both, her companion added, after we turn you over to the guards. He picked up speed, with a little help from air. He couldn't go so fast, the adventurers noticed, but he needed enough distance between them by the time he reached the end of the roofs if he wanted this to work. When he skidded to a stop, it was as if the guards and adventurers had distracted him enough. He'd missed the end of the roofs and the long drop to the foamy and rocky waters below. He spun. A clear attempt to take up the run, a clear intent. A clear intent to take up the run again, but his pursuers were 3 and 0 paces away, and the adventurers had moved away on each side of the guard to block any escape. The hoods remained at place as he looked for another escape. Then, even with the rapid motion, it and the shadows that clung to its inside only gave hints as to the shape of his bearded face and made the darker tones of his skin unseeable. There's nowhere for you to run, thief. Now, he replied, his tone theatrically level of offended. The Night Runner is no mere thief. He is a master of the craft. You will not see the Night Runner wander the markets picking pockets. He will only go against... Now, he protested as lightning danced on the adventurer's fingers. Is there really a need for this? Can we not come to an arrangement? Tibbs would be more offended at the lack of seriousness in the adventurer's effort if he hadn't gone out of his way to ensure they thought he was nothing more than an ordinary, if expert, thief. Every such role he'd played had that in common. The only arrangement that will satisfy the king, the guard stated, having regained her breath, is you in a cell, after we've collected the bounty, the Earth adventurer said. So coins why they were here. Well then, he smiled. If money is what drives you, the Night Runner can more than accommodate you. The smile turned wicked. After all, it has taken a long time before the king's guard could keep me from the coffers of my the coffer of my choosing. The Night Runner can make your purse heavier than any bounty. Don't even. The guard started, turning to the lightning adventurer as he stepped forward, arm outstretched. The essence coursing over and between the fingers didn't shift. But the gesture and lightning dancing over them formed enough of a threat. Tibbs used it to excuse his step back, raising his hand in fear before he could voice the expected protest. His foot came down on nothing, and the gesture, taking his hand up, turned into a pinwheel that had no hopes of keeping him from falling back. He screamed. Both adventurers were moving as he lost sight of them, so he needed to hurry. He kept yelling as he fell past openings of the in the wall of the buildings that melded into the cliff face, past ledges used for repairs or left over from when they were built. He tapered his yell as he sent air to catch the rope he'd set in place nights before and bring it to him. He softened the yell to nothing as he caught it, wrapping his hand and arms with earth for the tight grasp needed and as protection against that. The rope jerked him as it went taut, then jerked again as the added weight dislodged something. Then the breath was knocked out of him by the impact against the wall. He grabbed onto it, using earth to secure himself in place as a form dressed in black clothing and cloak fell past him. He wrapped the etching of darkness around him to better blend with the light shadows, then etch air so it would bring him his pursuer's words to confirm this had worked. Couldn't you catch him? The Earth adventurer demanded. And kill him with my lightning whip? Her companion replied, why didn't you lock him in place like you did with that assassin? It's not like there's a lack of stone up here. That worked, she bit the words, because he wasn't moving until the etching took hold. It's not a fast etching, unlike your lightning. He made out ahead, peering over the side. At least he won't be causing trouble anymore, she sighed. That will please Her Majesty. Okay, I need to specify the guard. That will please Her Majesty. That's the end of it. But it's not getting us our bounty. The Earth adventurer said. The nobles aren't paying us without a body to prove we did the job. I should throw you over the edge so you can get it for what you pulled. How was I supposed to know he'd be so easily scared? He's been giving the guards the runaround for months, fought half a dozen of them at a time at least once, and they were fully armed and armored. You had lightning crackling. You know that always scares them. How about you jump down and get it then? You aren't going to be hurt if you turn your to stone, right? It's going to be faster than me running down and getting a boat, and you're just on top of it, so it's going to be easy. I doubt that, the guard said. The currents against the wall are strong and wild. By now, the body's probably halfway to the sea. The Earth adventurer groaned. We're going to need a boat, the guard chuckled. Good luck finding one willing to brave these waters. She vanished from sight. But that's not my problem. Once you've filled the witness report, you can look for it however you want. Just don't disturb the city's peace in the process. Tibbs sensed them moving away. This is your fault, the Earth adventurer repeated. You're always blaming. The rest faded as he let the etching unravel. It had worked. He'd been concerned when he found out about the pair adventurers. It didn't matter what element they each had. With proper training, any element could do what another did. With enough skill, an adventurer could sense essence work, even if it wasn't their element. If either had been more skilled, they would have realized he wasn't an ordinary thief. And adventurers didn't automatically dismiss what they didn't understand, the way guards tended to. So they might have realized something was unusual if they'd bothered talking with anyone who had witnessed those fights they had referred to. Still, as part of the plan had worked. He lowered himself to reach the opening in the wall. The window wasn't barred or even covered with planks. The thief who tried getting into the storeroom from it had more chance of falling to their death. He confirmed the room was empty, then slipped among the barrels and crates. By the sense of them, the barrels and They contained alcohols. Because of how secure they were, merchants stored the wares in them while waiting for the ships that would take them. Here is the room. But because of how secure the rooms were, the merchants stored their wares in them while waiting for ships that would take them to lands beyond the sea, beyond the ocean even. He would see those lands one day, once he could use the transportation platforms. He was never handing his life over to a pile of wood and pitch that shattered at the first high wave of a storm. He shuddered at the memory as he undressed. He hadn't been at risk, but so many had died. He tried to save them, to hold back that water, to calm the storm, but there had been so much water essence, too much air essence. What he didn't control overwhelmed the comparative little he did. He never wanted to experience such a thing again. He was older, he told himself. Told himself the last time he booked passage on a ship. More experienced, skilled. He'd regained a great deal of the strength that had been taken from him back in Craggle Rock in the decade. And some years since that ship and storm. He didn't have to fear that unending water, those skies that stretch until the two met. He'd paid passage, but hadn't set foot on that ship. He never did. He pulled a wrapped bundle from behind a crate and dressed himself in the clothes it contained. A green doublet with darker pants and a muted red overcoat. They were well worn, as appropriate for those of the city who earned their coins through hard work. The time of the night runner was done with, for today and ever. He'd planned for this day to happen a week before. The noble's bounty and the arrival of the adventurers, that meant the night runner was now too infamous, as with the numerous other roles he'd played throughout the cities to distract the guards as he went on with his real work, the night runner had needed to die. But a bragging noble had changed his mind. Tibbs could let such pass, even when it came to nobles, but this had needed to be seen to. And if the others had played their parts, it had. All that was left was for him to confirm it, and he'd leave everything the city had come to mean to him over the last year. An etching of fire in the cloak and black clothing vanished with a flash of light and the smell of burned fabric that air pushed outside. Another burst of air scattered the ashes over the floor, mixing it with the dirt. He sensed no one was nearby, then exited the storeroom, leaving no evidence he'd been there behind. This part of the city was quieter. A reason he'd used the inn still further as the place he had meetings with his associates. Most folks here worked hard, so during the day there was hardly anyone along the narrow street and alleys. It made spotting a trail easier, and with two adventurers on the night runner's trail, spotting a tail easier, and with two adventurers on the night runner's trail, he didn't take for granted that they believed he was dead, even after witnessing his fall. It made the man and boy stand out when he turned into the street they were. The boy sobbing, the man with an angry demeanor. Tibbs remained aware of them, since he knew anyone could put on an act as a distraction, but otherwise didn't expect anything from them. The hand went up and down. The motion only registered after the sound and the boy landing on the ground. What kind of good-for-nothing son are you? The man demanded, grabbing the boy and raising his hand again. Tibbs was next to him, shoving him away while grabbing the boy and letting him down gently. That was enough, he told himself. Keeping his anger in check, he'd given the man time to realize what he'd done. He would. Who the fuck are you? The man demanded, pushing to his feet. Get away from my son, you good-for-nothing. The hand was up already, and as the man approached, he fell back, his cheek cut from Tibbs' punch. How dare you? He growled. He's just a boy. Not good for anything other than my fist. Till helped the man to his feet. He's your son! He shoved him against the wall hard enough the man staggered. You should protect him! He punched him. That's what parents do! He grabbed and shoved him against the wall again. Do you have any idea what it's like not having that? Being alone? Do you want that for your son? He'd lost count of the punches he threw, of the man's fading pleas. The kick at his shin barely registered, but was enough to snap him out, as was the accompanying threat. Let my daddy go, you monster! Tibbs stared at the boy, who ineffectively kicked at his shin again. I'm protecting you! The word had a hollowness to them, incomprehension. The anger, when the boy looked up at him, was familiar. You're a monster! I want you to die! But he looked at the man he was holding, the face barely recognizable as that of a person. He almost threw the man away in disgust. The need to remove the evidence of his anger so strong he almost didn't care what other damage he caused. He let the man go and backed away, and the boy took position between them, fists closed, eyes angry and fierce. If you come closer, I'm going to kill you! Tibbs tried and failed to find words to explain himself to the boy or to him. It had been a while since he'd lost his temper like this, and to do it over a father beating his son, no, even that wasn't acceptable. He remembered the laughter of the guards, Mama's cooling body, his burning hatred for the man who had taken her from him. Unlike the previous time, he didn't stoke the anger the memory brought forth. He tried to push it away. That man hadn't deserved this. Tibbs formed an etching of purity and sent it to the man, then one to the boy as well. Maybe they'd see this as the elements, showing them favor, and they'd learn from it. Tibbs walked away. All he wanted was to forget how he'd been ready to kill someone just for raising a hand against his son. And that concludes chapter 1 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, it should be about a dozen chapters ahead on Ream Story, depending which tier you support me at. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yep, 10 a.m. Let's go with Kimmy. schedule for stepping wild because I didn't plan that ahead of time. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 91 enemies, and we are off. Sigma is in first place. Yeah, I got one kill. Windrog is in second. Qiz takes over second. Montre takes over first. Spudsy takes over first. Montre is in second. Qiz, JR, Qiz, JR, Qiz is in second. JR is in third. Pudsy is comfortably in first place. Qiz is in second. JR is in third. There's a dozen or so enemies left. And, yeah, we're done. We have won. Budsy Hookman is in first place, 11 kill, 29 assist. Qiz Creates is in second place, 12 kill, 9 assist. And JR 926 is in third, 7 kill, 13 assist. We've got gold, we've got berserkers, we've got nobody claiming those at this time. So, JR 926 goes berserk. Undead Unicorn gets gold. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. And since my quests are done, I can go back to putting monks on the board. Of course, with a soul. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start the next read and correct by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 2 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs forced what had happened a few streets over out of his mind before entering the inn. He couldn't afford to be distracted by recriminations. He discreetly looked over the people at the tables as he headed to the bar. With a paid adventurers on the Night Runner's trail, he couldn't know what they'd unearthed of what he'd worked to keep hidden, even if, as far as he was aware, they'd never come close to this part of the city. The crowd was the usual mix of dock workers, a few of the area shop owners, and some of the guards more interested in the cheap ale served here than keeping the peace, along with plenty of people he hadn't seen before. The place was popular with sailors, and they brought travelers with them, or they were from other parts of the city waiting for their ship to put the gangplank down. They all kept to themselves. None of them surreptitiously looked around. Today, the king's tax collector was here, speaking with the inn owner. The arrangement, as far as Tibbs understood it, was bedtime in exchange for the tax woman finding some of the owed coins elsewhere. There was no one on the stair leading to the upper floor. This close to the dock, the inn was used more as a tavern that happened to have beds than as an inn proper. In the room he stopped at, he sensed the two he expected and no one else. He'd taken the time to learn the pattern of their faint essence, so that even with clever disguise and acting, he couldn't be fooled. He couldn't use that to keep track of them once they were more than a dozen stepped into a crowd, but this close, with no one else to crowd their essence, this trick had kept him out of the guard's grip more than once, and also kept adventurers from surprising him. He still knocked the appropriate code. It wouldn't do for them to think he was so comfortable as to be careless. He had an act to maintain here too, after all. 3, 2, 4, and 1. The woman moved, and the door opened, and she looked him up and down. She smirked. Well, if it isn't our Lord and Master Tiburon. What happened, Ty? Got lost on the way. He pushed her out of his way more forcefully than he'd intended, as a reminder of his delay. But he forced a smirk. Did you want me to bring the guards and adventurers to this meeting? You were noticed? She exclaimed in a good imitation of horror. She hurriedly looked left and right in the hall before closing the door. What happened to all the talk about... Leave it be, Lev. The man seated at the small table cut her off. Him being noticed was the plan. They were as contrasting a pair as Tibbs had ever come across in a long time. She was thin and wiry, her skin darker shade than Tibbs's. Crookslee, in contrast, was solidly built with skin the tan of dock workers. The bulk was more muscle than appearance led people to believe. She had a sharp mind and sharper tongue, while he wasn't a dullard, but he couldn't be described as sharp either. But Ty likes the banter, don't you? She asked, dropping into her man's lap. She kissed his cheek, and he wrapped an arm around her waist. Let's say I've grown to enjoy you cutting me with your wit. He replied with another forced chuckle. He also appreciated their affection was understated. He set an etching of air into the walls to keep would-be eavesdropper from listening in on them. The most they'd get, no matter how hard they tried, were mumbled whispers. How did it go? As you said it would. The word glowed faintly. Then Quixley pulled a bag from the chest by his chair and lobbed it at Tibbs. While the guards were chasing the night runner, we walked in, got to the safe, and left without barely anyone noticing. Barely? He asked, acting like the bag's weight strained him as he caught it. He'd intended to let the lie pass, but now he needed to know more. Well, Leftival stretched a word. There was this guard by the safe that didn't have the good sense to chase after the night runner with the others when the cry came. Kirksley had to deal with him before I could open the safe. Her words glowed too. He could work out enough. He didn't bother pressing for more. What did you do with the body? The hefty bag was filled with silver, electrum, and gold. I really need to make sure to keep electrum in this. I keep forgetting it exists, that I've introduced it. Electrum and gold coins, along with a few platinum. This would set them up for a lifetime if they were careful. He took 5 gold coins, tied it shut, and lobbed it to Quixley again. Not for the need to maintain the illusion the theft had been what he'd been after. He'd let them keep all of it. He no longer needed coins in this city. I put it in the safe. It spiked in brightness. It's going to be a while before anyone looks in it. They'll probably think he ran off to chase after the night runner too. He spiked too. She chuckled. They're going to be in for quite a surprise. There they are. They were downplaying how many guards had been there. It wasn't the first time. Quixley liked to fight. He fought to win. It was why he'd picked him. Tibbs. Tibbs had picked him, even before he knew she was with him. She was clever enough to pick any lock that wasn't protected by magic, while he could take down anyone who got in their way. The issue had been his predilection for ending those fights in a drastic and permanent way. He understood that what they did came with risks to himself and others. He accepted that at times. He and his team inflicted death, but he didn't like it. Guards only did their jobs. Maids and servants were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Adventurers and nobles, well, he wouldn't go out of his way to kill one, but he didn't feel bad about how far they needed to go to survive when they got in his way. A boy being beaten by his father? Is everything okay? Lefteval asked, worried. With a sharp mind came sharp perception. He'd taken too long working out how he felt about the unneeded death at Quixley's hand. At least he had a response to explain the delay. I'm leaving. Quixley jerked, nearly throwing his woman off. What? Why? Don't we have it good? He hadn't told them today was the day the Night Runner died. Adventurers are getting involved. 2 of them were with the guards. Who knows how many more are in the city, he added. And you survived? Lefteval asked, sounding suspicious. Tibbs laughed. Don't listen to bards. It's not because they have magic that they can't be outsmarted. He sobered, but there's no telling how many will join in next time. The Night Runner ran his last roof today. But that doesn't mean we have to leave. You have to leave. She said, we can lie low for a while with this money. You can make someone else and we can... That's not how I work. My time here is done. Some of the scribes had been more attentive to the scholar Tis pretended to be in the last days. We can go with you, Quixley said. We make a good team. He shook his head. I travel alone. I can keep you safe. I have no doubt. The smile was genuine. But you have your woman to look after. Are the wilds for her, really? They exchanged a look. Her expression was uncertainty. Where are you going? Back home? Images of Craggle Rock came to him, and he missed the town, his friends there. Vision of the box that had been home before with Mama, the dilapidated buildings around it. No. I have a horse stabled at Sunrise Gate. I'll follow that road to whatever is at the end of it, and his smile turned cunning. I'll see what there's to do. You can't just go, panicked into Quicksteel's word. What are we going to do? We never had someone this smart before. I don't want to go back to bashing heads for copper. Then don't. He looked at Lefteval. I explained how I work. Make your own team and keep reminding the nobles they have reasons to worry about those weaker than them. Quixley stood, forcing his woman off. I won't. She had a hand on his arm. Don't, Quixley. Quixie. Ty's a free man, as free as any of us. We can't force him to stay. The cunning in her eyes said she already had a plan, but he wasn't worried. He had his, and it was better than hers, also simpler. Lefteval's flaw as a planner was that she thought complicated meant better. Be careful. He paused, hand on the handle. The Night Runner might be done, but the guards will be alert for some time. Take your advice and lie low. He undid the etching as he opened the door, then left. He paid for another week, telling the owner telling the owner he'd be gone for a couple of days. Once outside, he took in the late day sun and salty damp smell of the river before heading deeper into the city. He was aware of his stalker without having to sense him. He kept too close as Tibbs walked through the crowd, caused people to exclaim as he bumped into them, as he tried to close the remaining distance. Tibbs let him. The young thief waited for a lull in the traffic before. Okay, this is going to be a different. The young thief waited for a lull in the traffic before clumsily slipping a finger into the pocket. Tibbs grabbed it. You're going to lose a hand. He looked around for guards, which is going to make your life difficult. I knew you knew, he said petulantly. He was young, no older than Tibbs when he'd been sent to Craggle Rock. Like him, Stiffen had no one but himself to depend on, so he survived however he could. He was nowhere near as skilled as Tibbs had been picking pockets, but he could get into places Tibbs would never have dared at that age. That was why he'd picked him for the job. How did it go? He motioned for the boy to hand it over, and in return, Stiffen made a motion of his own. Pay first. It went okay, he shrugged. There was a guard by the door, but someone yelled and they ran off. The luck was easy. His eyes grew wide at the silver coin Tibbs held, and he grabbed it, but couldn't pry it out of the fingers. He took the small bundle of torn fabric and offered it. What else did you take? Nothing. You said just this, and I don't want those people looking for me over some other things. No light on the words. He took the bundle. Stiffen pulled on the unmoving coin. I did it the way you said. He sounded worried. How often had he been betrayed after doing a job just for being easily Wait, what? How often had he been betrayed after doing a job just for being easily beaten? Okay, I know. Okay, just for looking small, just for being small and easily beaten. I want to pay you with more than just this coin. He'd spend the night working on the words he'd use, those that wouldn't have scared the Tibbs of the street if a stranger holding payment ransom told them to him. It's going to be work, but if you apply yourself, you'll have a roof over your head and food when you're hungry. The boy looked uncertain, but hadn't run off, so he continued. There's a merchant on Cobble Hill Road. The sign over the door is a bundle of wrapped fabric with a needle through it. He's expecting a young man named Regis to see him and asked to be tested for his apprentice. Nimble fingers are the key for what you'll have to do, and a willingness to work hard. Stiffen's expression turned fearful. Do I get to keep the coin? Yes. He fought against the disappointment. Then I'll go. Then I'll do it. The words glowed. Should he press? The boy didn't understand what he was passing up. He could take him there, make sure he accepted the position. Of course, he'd have to drag him there. The boy wouldn't go willingly. He let go of the coin. He'd known it would be this. He'd known this would be a possibility. It's why he told the merchant it might be some time before Regis, his son, overcame his shyness. The glow only meant Stiffen intended. That Stiffen's lie was about what he intended to do now. Maybe, as he had time to think it over, as the silver turned into copper, was broken down further, and vanished entirely, he'd realize a roof and food was better than the freedom of the street, the illusory freedom of the street. He watched the boy disappear into the crowd, still wanting to do more for him. He'd done all he could, he knew that, but after the pain he'd inflicted on another boy, thinking he was protecting him, this didn't feel like enough. He put both boys out of his mind. Those actions were done with, and he had a last break-in to commit in this city. Getting into the house was simple. This part of the city didn't have guards patrolling the streets, and locks on the doors were rarely more than a bar across it from the inside. The goal was to keep the area's thugs from easily barging in uninvited. Windows had nothing more than shutters, if even that, and possibly a wooden latch to ensure they stayed closed when the wind picked up during a storm. This one didn't even have that. The woman who lived in the room Tibbs entered through the unprotected window had been happy once. She'd lived in a better part of the city. She and her man worked hard to feed their children. They had little, but they earned it. Then sickness took them all from her and left her weakened, left her unable to work at the ale boilers as she'd previously done. Even tidying her room, which was all the work she could get now, left her exhausted. But she pressed on, instead of giving up and letting the end come faster than needed. Her one happiness was the one item she'd kept, left over from her man, a wooden ring he'd carved to celebrate their firstborn. To keep it kept her going. And the fucking noble had taken it from her, then bragged to all that listened about the exploit. He'd nearly burned the man there, where he stood, recounting how he'd charmed a fool of a woman, had her believing he was there to save her from the miserable life she'd built for herself. He laughed as he told of her begging for him not to take that worthless wooden ring when it was the only thing he'd found in that hovel of hers. Now she howled in despair as he left her there to die, the way her kind deserved, in filth and their tears. She hadn't died. Tibbs had been pleased to discover when he'd found the house the noble had talked about. Her essence might be no thicker than that of the other city folks, but she was made of harder stuff. He'd seen the misery on her face as she carried on with her work, and he'd set about making the noble pay for what he'd done the only way one of their kind felt, even if it meant the night runner wouldn't vanish into the night as he'd intended. Leftival and Quixley had taken all the coins the man had, while Tibbs distracted the guards. They had been, in turn, the distraction that let Stiffen get the ring. He placed the open bundle on the worn dresser, with the wooden ring in its center. The work was exquisite in its simplicity. The man had been skilled. Next to it went the paper on which he'd written his message, the letters neat and crisp. He'd bothered because in his investigation he'd found out she knew her letters too. The night runner's last job. I wish I could do more for you. But it was all he could do. Giving her coins would only make her stand out and bring the greedy down on her. If he had someone in another city, he'd have arranged to send her there. But Tibbs didn't leave people behind who helped others. The teams he made were built from criminals and ruffians. It was what the work he did needed. Once he left, they went back to other crimes. He didn't think of them as bad people, but he knew they wouldn't help a woman, he wouldn't help a woman even if he was the one sending her to them. With the ring delivered, he had one stop left, then he'd be ready to leave. Tibbs looked at his reflection on the polished metal, running a finger over the short beard he'd kept for his role as Tiburon. It wouldn't do for the next one. Tyborg was a respectable guard, someone for whom neatness was important. He took care of himself, his clothing, his weapons, and whatever he was hired to protect. He took the obsidian blade out of the plain wooden box and shaved the beard. Actually, shaved to the skin. You don't need shaved it off. Shaved implies it. Shaved to the skin. Gaining an immunity to the elements had brought a problem he hadn't considered until he'd aged and his beard came in. Metal, not being able to cut him, meant he couldn't cut his hair or beard. It couldn't cut his hair or beard. A master barber had told him of obsidian as a shaving tool. Tibbs had been unsure until the men brought it out. It looked like stone, but he hadn't been able to tell what the essence was. It had meant it wasn't an element he had, so no immunity to it. And he let the barber shave him. He'd then bought one of his own and had cut himself often in the process of learning how to shave. Once done, the blade returned to its protective case, and that went into his pack. Then he put on the supple leather armor, again missing his old one. Not only the hidden place and its ability to repair itself, but what it had meant to him. It had been a gift from Stowe, one he cherished, but eventually outgrown. Just as his beard came in with time, his body grew from the boy he'd been to the young man he now was. It had taken longer than for common folks, even with being drained back to Upsilon by the guild, but over a couple of decades, instead of a handful of years, Tibbs had changed. and he'd had to leave the armor behind. With the armor on, he put his bracers back in place. The leather was old, cracked, in spite of Tibbs oiling it daily. He hadn't realized the protective weave had failed until the damage had started showing. The reserves in them were intact, even once they stopped even once they stopped working, if that happened, he wouldn't leave the bracers behind. They were all he had left to remember Stowe by. So he took care of them and built a story to explain why a man as young as Tyborg wore something so old and worn. They were his mother's, left to him when she died protecting their town. The only thing he had left of hers, other than the memory of how much she loved him. He wiped the tears and straightened. He, he attacked. He attached. He attached the plain sword to his belt and left the simple room Tyborg had rented 2 weeks before and only occupied as often as needed for the owner to believe the man came and went about some business. The caravan he'd hired on waited at the Zenith gate, and he didn't want to be late. And that concludes Chapter 2 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is on Ream Story. If you want to read it for free, it will be on Royal Road, but about a dozen chapters behind. And if you want to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And welcome to the stream, McNabbis. How are you doing today? Sorry for the delay in welcoming you, but I was in the middle of recording my read and correct. Really? Holy cow, when you said you'd expedite this, I didn't expect this. Cool. It's gonna try, that needs to go to. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 52 enemies. And we are off. The NAS base is in first place. Pudsy's in second. JR is in third. Let's see. Nez, Pudsey, JR. Neon Hollow is now in third place. And we have to head for the last group who are waiting, patiently waiting for us to come decimate them. Oh, not anymore. They've grown impatient. Let's see. Naz is still in first place. Pudsy's in second. Neon Hollow is in third. And with that, we're done. We have won. Naz Base is in first place. 14 kill, 11 assist. Pudsey Hookman is in second place. 7 kill, 12 assist. And Neon Hollow is in third. 2 kill, 12 assist. We have... Oh, fairies! Fairies! Do we have a Decaneser? No. No Decaneser. Monks and gold are not claimed by anyone. So, JR 926 gets gold. Neon Hollow gets gets fairies. And Webron gets monked. And we go up against the boss. And it is another monk. Well, it's going to be monks all day today. I have this one to bring up to level 30. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will do this morning's last read and correct. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct them as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 3 of Stepping Wild. Rigel, the old man who was the chief of the caravan guard, called out, loud enough to be heard over everyone setting up camps in front of the stopped wagons. Tibbs stopped hammering the stake in the hard earth and looked in the speaker's direction. They'd only stopped one day out of Artheron, and Tibbs had no idea what to expect from such a call from the caravan master. Such a call to the caravan master. The reply came from among the wagons. Yes, Gray? The man would be speaking with merchants. Tibbs had noticed the man at ease with smiles and spoke with anyone. He thought he made out amusement in the tone, but didn't understand why. I'm taking the newbies and the same number of veterans. Someron is in charge until we're gone, until we're done. The sigh carried over the distance. Very well. I'll do my best not to pester her. I'm sure I can hold it in until after you're done putting them to the test. Tibbs exchanged a look with the closest three, also setting up their tents. 4 more had joined the caravan at Arteron, and they'd been clustered together by the veteran. They, too, had paused to listen. He was the youngest, at least by appearance, but they were just as confused. Why hadn't they been tested before they were hired? Every other caravan Tibbs had served on had demanded an exchange of blows to show he knew enough to hold his own when required. You heard me, Gray called. Yeah, Graydon. Graydon called, "Newbies, grab your swords and come with me." He, Tibbs unhooked the scabbard from the pack he dropped next to his tent and attached it to his belt as he walked. The chief of the guard was called Great. Oh, there's a Y there. No, wait, no, there is no Y. It's was called Graydon, but everyone who'd addressed him, when Tibbs could hear, called him Gray. He was solidly built, with hair and beard that was part gray and black. His face and exposed arm had the scars of many battles. With him were 8 of the veterans, plus his right-hand woman, Sumoron. She was taller than Gray and also muscular. Her skin was so dark it could be the black of darkness, and made her blue eyes so vibrant in contrast. Tibbs had sense for water when she'd first seen her. She had no element. The older man looked them over, not looking impressed. Tibbs hadn't seen him impressed by anyone throughout the day of travels, but he hadn't complained either. It seemed to be his natural expression. "Follow me." He turned and they followed. When the 8 veterans fell into steps behind them, blocking any easy retreat, Tibbs focused ahead, extending his sense. He'd pulled it in as soon as the day had been called. He already knew there was no one among the caravan with an element, and so many people made it useless to sense all of them. A few steps around him were enough warning to react to anyone attempting an attack. But there was no one, so he relaxed. If this turned ugly, he'd be able to hold his own. Being only a day out of the city at caravan speed, Tibbs could be back there faster, even without using essence. Graydon came to a stop and turned to face them. "All right. Each and every one of you claimed to know how to fight. Some were a bit brazen about it, too. But now you get to show me how much of that was lies. I'm putting each of you up against one of the veterans. You want to impress me? You better be able to disarm the one you're up against. Lehman, step forward." The man next to Tibbs took 3 steps and drew his sword. The blade was thick, heavy-looking. Designs of animal heads, jaws open, were etched along the flat of the blade, and the guard had been shaped into long fangs, bending towards the pommel. The metal was natural, but its essence had been altered in the process of being worked by the blacksmith. Working material didn't cause the same kind of change to the essence as etching or weaving. There was a flow to how it had been realigned, a lack of need for arcanus to hold or will to hold the essence in that form. Over the years of sensing blades, reading, and speaking to experts about them, he'd learned to get a sense of the quality of the weapon by how the essence was folded within it. This was a quality sword, and Lehman had the muscles to wield it. The woman who took position before him was a head shorter, but matched him in muscles. Her sword was thinner, unadorned, but also of good quality. Listen well, because I'm not saying this twice. Whoever disarms the other wins, and it stops. You cut your opponent, and you're walking back to Arteron. Yes, Lauren, that applies to you too. If you haven't learned to keep your temper under control, I'm not keeping you around. Don't worry, Gray. I won't cut any of them. The man was Tibbs' height, but leaner, and carried himself like nothing worried him. I might bruise 1 or 2, though. I hope that's okay. Fists are fine, kicks aren't. He looked them over. The only thing you need to prove is that you are as good as you claimed. He stepped back. Start! The exchange was quick and ended with Lehman's sword sliding on the ground and him, with a befuddled expression, staring at his empty end. Shouldn't? You lost. Graydon cut him off. You want to give excuses? Go back to your parents. I don't have the time. Get your sword and step back in line. Norme, forward. The woman was slender, her armor more clothing than protection. Her sword was long and thin, with a large guard made of delicate-looking metal strands. The woman who stepped before her was petite, in thick leather armor. Her sword was short but wide. It had been the sword most people used in the kingdom of Emilion. The exchange was just as quick, but instead of an okay, an exchange of strikes. Okay, the exchange was just, you know what? The fight was just as quick. But instead of an exchange of strikes, Normie danced around her opponent's attacks until, with a quick motion that Tibbs expected to break her sword, she sent the thick one flying. She stepped back, did a salute with her sword, and returned in line without having to be told. Tybarg! Tibbs stepped forward, unsheathing his sword, and a smirking Lauren joined him. You know, the rule about not cutting you doesn't mean I can't break that pretty sword of yours. The sword the man pulled wasn't as thick as Layman, but it was close. Tibbs's sword was a Cerulean Noratu. He'd picked it up because the thin blade, 3 fingers wide, looked light and made the way he willed it to move more believable. Only the best of the normal ones could survive a battle without shattering, and those were priced so only kings and high nobility could afford them. But metal was one of Tibbs's element, and it was as hard as he willed it to be. Lauren attacked with wide swipes Tibbs easily avoided. When he returned the attacks, it wasn't his body that moved the sword, but the sword that pulled him along. He'd tried to wield swords the way everyone else did back in Craggle Rock. But his small size and lack of strength had limited him to shorter blades, sometimes hardly longer than a long dagger. He'd learned to use earth to increase his strength, and with that, he'd been able to wield a decent length one. But he then had to learn how to move it, repeating the same motion over and over. It had been physically and mentally exhausting in a way purity did little against. And he'd been able to make ice swords controlled by his will back then. Even Quigley had encouraged him to make use of that and to alter it however he needed to win a battle. Passing himself off as a normal person had meant he'd needed to go back to metal swords and back to training, and he'd been reminded of how hard it was. Using metal to help was simple, barely took more than applying his will to the blade, and it was easier to remember how to will it to move than actually moving it. It had made more sense to train that. Was simpler too. The hardest part had been learning to maintain the expected forms while remaining loose enough to follow along the flow of his sword. Lauren parried and followed that with a punch. Tibbs coated his arm with a layer of earth as he raised it and took it there. Lauren cursed in language Tibbs wasn't familiar with as he stepped back, opening and closing his hand. He has armor under there. Good, Graydon said. Means he's smarter than most. Are you out? Abyss, no. The man charged and Tibbs parried. As soon as the blade touched, Tibbs' essence flowed over and he willed its movement, forcing it to slide along the edge. He stepped away and Lauren nearly fell unbalanced. Tibbs waited. I don't know how you managed that, the man snarled, regaining his balance, but you aren't doing it twice. He came again, sword high. Tibbs stepped back, his sword under Lauren's, and took control of it when they touched. When he twisted, it moved with him and wrenched itself out of the other man's hand, landing on the ground. How? Lauren looked at his empty hand. By keeping a cool head, Graydon said, which is something you should learn. He motioned Tibbs back. Stefano! The man who'd stepped forward had a deep tan and a slightly thicker sword than Normie. A man stepped before him, but Tibbs didn't pay attention to the fight. He kept it on Lauren, who glared at him. All right, the guard chief said, once the last had fought. None of you are particularly horrible. Going to need another reason to send you back to the city. Keep in mind that if you give it to me, it's going to be a much longer walk for you. I don't know where you came from or why you need to get out of this city. If you cause me trouble, I'll deal with you. The look in the man's eyes promised worse than a long walk to the city. So, if you're thinking of taking advantage of anyone under my protection, you'll want to be heading in the opposite direction from us when we set out in the morning. Otherwise, welcome to Rigel's caravan. Don't make me regret hiring you. That concludes chapter 3 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, it is on Ream Story, where we're about a dozen chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. So that brings that to an end. Not posting that just yet because it's not ready. Da, 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 da. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 76 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Marvin takes over that. JR is now in first. Neon Hollows in second. In first. Second again. First. Nazbase is in third. JR is in second. Neon Hollow is in third. Oh, right. We got a bunch of... Oh, do these things actually need... Okay, no, they are connected. Okay. Neon Hollow's in first place. Nazbase is in second. JR is in third. We're gonna need people to go deal with the towers because we're running. Well, actually, we got 40 some, so we're kind of good. Oh, I killed the queen. Neon Hollow's in first place. Nazbase is in second. JR is in third, and we're done. We've won. Neon Hollow is in first place with 27 assists. Nazbase is in second place, 13 kill, 8 assist. JR 926 is in third, 15 kill, 5 assist. We've got Flying Rogues, we've got Centurions, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Tundra Chick gets shielded. Sharky 5 gets wings. And we move on to the next map, which is a super boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 hours, 13, 14. We might actually hit the super boss today. And we start with a hard battle on the way to the super boss. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Right. Right. I wanted to work out schedules. The next one. 13th is what I want. So it's them that sense of everything else. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will do my best to return within 20 minutes, in time to run the battle. Forgot I need to do something, of course. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 44 enemies, and we are off. Gator Paws takes the lead. Mr. Shadow Seer. Oh wait, Onia was in second. Is not. Yep, is in second. Gator Paws is in first. Naval is in third. And Gator Paws is in first. So Onia is in second. Naval is in third, and we are clearly up, making our way through all of those. And there we go. They've got impatient, so we are done. We've won. Gator Paws is in first place, 11 kill, 13 assist. Onea is in second place, 11 assists, and Navo is in third, 10 kills. We have gold, we've got flag bearers, we've got nobody claiming those, so Wybron gets gold. Nas Base waves the flag. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the super boss. And another monk. Alrighty. Yep, we're gonna get ourselves here to minimize the chances of epics appearing. And we'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station 1. Battle Station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 65 enemies. And Marlin starts us in the lead. Oneas in second. Nazbase is in third. Mr. Shadowseer takes over third. Let's see. Oneas now in first. JR's in second. Marlin is in third. And, alright. So no danger of epics. And now it's time to deal with the last few enemies left. Onea's in first, Marlin's in second, Nazbase takes over third again, Thunder Chick is in third. And a couple of monks, bishops, and we're done. We've won! Onea is in first place, 11 kill, 13 assist. Tundra Chick is in second place, 2 kill, 12 assist. And Webron is in third, 3 kill, 10 assist. We have healers, we've got busters, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Tundra Chick gets busted. I'm Mr. Fluffy to you gets healed. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way to the super boss. Alrighty. And I'm gonna have you guys come to us. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon it is chapter 1 of Last Detour. Third book in this trilogy, which is the third trilogy in the Monster and Batman series. It is a Tristan chapter. And this is basically where I'm going to be explaining what's going on. So how do I start this? Yakla, welcome back. How are you doing today? Doing fine, some brainstorming. You made the promise to have a story plot fixed. Your weakness, lacking an ending to things. And how is that coming along? Lots of ideas, trying to filter them. Cool. Well, I hope you succeed. Magically, the way many things happen on the internet. bouncing. You keep bouncing on and off. Please don't fail. Please don't fail until I know how to repair you. Battle Station 1. Battle Station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 44 enemies. Sigma OS is in first place. Fluffy's in second. And Shaka's in third. Sigma's in first. Neon Hollow takes over first. Sigma's in second. JR is in third. Miafa takes over third. Sigma's in second. Neon is in first. And now we need to cross. Ooh, somebody's in trouble. Okay, you're not in as much trouble as I thought you'd be. Oh, that's a tank. Okay. Let's see. Neon's in first, Sigma's in second, Miafa is in third, and now to deal with the last few enemies. And we're done. We've won. Neon Hollow is in first place with 15 kills. Sigma OS is in second place, 12 assists. Miafa is in third, 10 assists. We've got Berserker, Gold, and Healers. We have no one claiming those. So, Shaka gets healed. JR gets gold. Neon Hollow goes berserk. And we go to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And 2 towers, 2 towers. You know what? Let's start us here. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies. And we are off with Tundra Chick in first place. Marlin is in second. JR takes over first. Tundra Chick is in third. Marlin takes over first. JR is in second. Septic is in third. And 2 towers left. Or rooks. I think they're officially called. Yeah, rooks. Which we are about to have dealt with. And we're done. Severed Marlin is in first place with 16 assists. Septic Aussie is in second place, 9 kill. Shaka is in third, 5 kill, 3 assist. We've got Lancers, we've got Berserkers. We've got nobody claiming those at this time, so JR 926 goes Berserk. Mialfa gets lanced. And we move on to an unknown battle before the Super Boss. Alrighty, we will start here. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. If three of my numbers don't add up, I need to change them. Well, actually, no, I don't. Some of them could have more than one nines. But if I'm going to do that, I'm going to change the number even more. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 38 allies. We're going up against 53 enemies. And we are off with Marlin in first place, Tonton Fox in second, Sigma takes over first, Tonton is in second, Tundra takes over first, Tonton is in second still, Tonton is in first, Sam is in first, Tonton is in second, Tondrick Chick is in third, JR is in third, Sam is in first, Tonton is in second, JR is in third. We have a few enemies left. Ooh, we might be dealing with a few altered pawns. Don't protect it from them, you idiot. Sam is in first place, Tonton is in second, JR is in third, and with that, we're done. We've won. Sam the Fart Queen is in first place, 2 kills, 14 assists. Tonton Fox is in second place, 3 kills, 9 assists, and JR 926 is in third, 10 kills, 1 assist. Paladins and Lego heads. Nobody claims those at this time. So, Severed Marlin, Neon Hollow get Legos. Thundra Chick gets a pal. And we move on to the Super Boss. It is past 2 p.m. So, whoops, wrong button. Time to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm back among above 25. I got another refresh. And, well, that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. A glance on the viewer side tells me I'm not quite at 50k yet. So, no purchasing of scroll. I'll be right back. to the first trilogy. Because I need... Yeah, it's Jennifer. Welcome back, the lady writes. How is your day going? If you are indeed present. Astrology at this point. He can be 20. You know what? Let's call. Let's call back. Okay, let's call up. That's of course. Find spots. Doesn't really end with him bringing back. Bart? Oh, right. Right. He still goes by Bartholomew at this point. Oh yeah, he's healed. He's gonna be healing from that. So yeah. Atoll. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 38 enemies. Sigma starts us in first place. Lucifer's in second. Neon Hollow is in third. So armor is what we got as a bonus, I'm guessing. Lucy's in first. Sigma's in second. Septic Aussie is in third. And we're done. We've won. Lucy has killed the king. Lucifer is in first place, 13 kill, 4 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 16 assist, and Septic Aussie is in third, 3 kill, 5 assist. We have Flying Arrow, we've got Musketeers, we've got Monks, and we have no one claiming any of those. So, Sam the Fart Queen gets wings, Lucifer gets muskets, and Undead Unicorn gets monked. And we move on to the next map, which oh, that's interesting. 3 p.m. is when this the event ends instead of the usual 2. Interesting. Anyway, so we'll have gold and skin and boss, but today for the battle of the day, we get a hard one. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alright, who am I raiding today once the stream ends? You've been streaming for a while. I don't know. Thank you very much for the bits. This for the celebration. If they're not streaming by the time I end in 45 minutes, I'll always angst. Well, more like half an hour at this point. I'm done writing, so after the battle, I will almost certainly. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 20 enemies. Quite a few towers. Sigma's in first place. Septicus is in second. Severin Marlin is in third. Well, looks like we're going to get the towers fairly quickly, so that's good. Don't have to worry about them, we just have to keep them. Sigma's in first, April was in second, is back in second. Lilith is in first, April is in first, Lilith is in second, and we're done. April Ram is in first place, 5 kill, 2 assist. Lilith's Labyrinth is in second place, 5 assist, and Lucifer is in third, 2 kill, 3 assist. We've got gold flag bearers and saints that nobody wants. So, Terrazine Gaming gets sanctified. Lucifer waves the flag, and Sigma OS gets gold. And that brings the battling for the day to an end. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a hard battle. We will have gold skin the boss and whatever the next map brings. I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will end the stream with a raid to Angst. The other person I was planning on raiding is taking a nap. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.